Test this now and see if that does has been also addressed. It has not. Son of a bitch. Son of a bitch. I don't know how to make that work the way I want it to work. Anyway. Behavior's a little weird there. Okay. We're back, baby. Yo, Diggler dude, what's happening? How you doing? On this fine Saturday. I have done a great many things. Not really. I did a little bit. I set up a train to pick up nitrogen gas, and I didn't really set up a train. I added a stop. We have nitrogen gas. Was the last thing I really changed? Because I thought it was going to be more difficult than it really was. All I did was... Nice. All I did was reroute this existing train this way, since there was nitrogen gas sitting right here, and it just goes, instead of going up this way, comes this way and links back in. Pretty simple switch, actually. Worked out very well. And I made these cubes in the process. Not quite automated yet. Almost automated, which brings me to today's task. Uranium? What do you mean uranium? Nitrogen gas? Nitrogen gas. This node here, nitrogen gas. Unless you're asking if I'm up to uranium yet? No. You unlocked nuclear last stream. Yes, I did unlock nuclear last stream. Am I using it? No. Because I can't deal with this yet. So unlocked, yes. Using, no. There was something else I did. I can't remember what I did. Oh, I put a drone thing down, and I was like, all right, now what do I do with the drone thing? Not entirely sure yet, but that is today's experiment. But first, get fucking launched, brother.
The Miner Mark III provides top-of-the-line resource extraction potential, making it even easier to contribute to project assembly. Project part number 8, the thermal propulsion rocket, is the most complex project part of this phase as it requires turbo motors, and thus requires your best. Fix it. Didn't think pioneers such as you could get this far. I am glad we have both proven them wrong.
Rough. Tier 3 miners unlocked. Turbo motors. Thermal propulsion unlocked as well. Blenders? What are you asking about blenders? You're shouting words that don't have like a connection to something that I would understand. What do you mean by blenders? What are you asking? I'm not using, I don't know if that's related to the nuclear, but I'm not using any nuclear anything yet. I've built some blenders. Yes. I had to build blenders to even get as far as I've gotten. Motors require a cooling system, radio control unit, turbo motors. I have a couple blenders from when I set up the previous thing to get radio control units to get this far, and supercomputers. I also unlocked the rifle. I unlocked some of the things that were remaining in this. I just spent some time making the shit that I needed to make. And finally got this unlocked as well, which was why I didn't do this sooner? Maybe because I didn't know what it did until I knew what it did. And now it's insane. But I have the rifle now as well, which is huge, because I was tired of using that stupid gun. I think I have like 3 blenders, though, to answer that earlier question. One's doing aluminum. The other one I put down for the cubes that I'm making. The fused cubes, I think, required some blender something or other. If I'm not mistaken. I can't remember exactly what that was for. Bet. That's not what I wanted. Anything good that I haven't unlocked yet? Probably some of those. It gives me 7 left. Coated concrete foundation. Pathways. Walls. Foundations. Already got walls. Jacked in architecture. No. And that's just parts. I'm going to just grab one of you. I think I have enough for that. Boom. Okay, so the cubes are cubing. Cuban B. First thing I wanted to do was look at batteries. So I can figure out technology for these drones to bring the casing that I need to continue automating the fused modular frame situation. What was in that motor? Oh, and I have turbo. No. What is it called? Jet fuel or some shit? What's the next tier fuel? Rocket fuel. Unlocked. Not quite there yet. Because I don't have this recipe. I think it's in the next thing. Yes. But I have that shit. Which is why I was looking at drones. And I was trying to figure out what fuel would be best in there. I think batteries are relatively simple. Yeah, simple-ish. Simple enough to see if we can set this up. Re-entry. Since I already have most of this over there already. Batteries are the easiest. They seem pretty straightforward considering everything I have already set up. Drones fly faster, the better fuel you use. Oh. Is there a... Does it say in here what fuel... The tiers of fuel or something to understand which... I mean, I kind of know the path, right? Like it goes fuel, turbo fuel... 750, 2000, 3600. Damn, batteries are even beyond fucking rocket fuel. $6,000. Primarily used for drones and vehicles. Okay. So I think I'm gonna try this. Not knowing how well this is gonna work. Let me see. What did that say? 20? Alumina solution. And sulfuric acid. Okay. This is just that and water. It's pretty simple. Batteries, packaged fuel, packaged turbo fuel, packaged rocket fuel, packaged. Oh, because it's packaged, right? Right. That makes sense. And packaged is like more than one. Oh, no, it is. Oh, it's two. To make two. But same energy value. Okay, yes. Is the answer to that. Batteries don't need the packaging. Right. Yeah, that seems way worse of a process than batteries for sure. Battery. Let's see if we can pull this off. I think we can pretty easily. Pretty simply. Let me swap to this thing. Oh, and I unlocked a bunch of the ammo for this gun, too. I got up to the turbo rifle ammo, which now I see the damage difference between what I was using and this. Stupid little handgun shit. Disgusting. Way different. What was I looking at? Oh, swapping this thing. Drone speed is quite important since they don't carry much. Yeah, that was the other thing. I saw they only had 9 slots or something. But if I'm only... My thought was... I'm not even going to say my thought because I'm just going to do it and see how this works. Because I also understand it that it's 1 drone per port. And I think the stacking is fine based on what I plan to use it for. Like, I'm not going to use it for anything serious. Like, it would be more... The fused frames is what I'm trying to get over here without putting the shit on a train. And this is so slow that it doesn't really matter. Okay. What did I say I needed? Sulfuric acid. Alumina solution. Going back to this. Was water and U, which is easy peasy. U, 20 per minute. I think we might even already have excess of this since I sped it up with that sloop technology. That's just also that in water. So it's just water, water, water. Water, water? And 40 sulfur honestly shouldn't be that big of a deal. Right, because we have... I can always speed those other sulfur things up anyway. Okay. So, I need... Here's what I need. Let me write this down. 1x sulfur sulfuric acid. But I need to produce enough. Perfect. I could even pinch off the same thing if I set it up here and it'll split appropriately. And I gotta funnel it into something. My innie. 'Cause I need a luminous solution. I'll do this all in this little pocket here? Maybe. Because this is already routed here. Water, I think, is as well. Because we're using a blender to get to this. Yep. Okay. So we just need to figure out the piping. Easy. Simple. An aluminum casing. Easy. Okay. This is a refinery? It is a refinery. My problem, not really a problem. Just need to split differently to get to this. Bauxite. 200 bauxite. I mean, we don't need that much, though. What was the math on that? Just to get me kick-started. 40? Oh, yeah, that's very little. 33 per. Yeah. Okay. And then just 20 casing. In a blender to make battery. Okay. Maybe I can do something where I split this a little differently and keep these. What are these being used for? You are requiring sulfur. You are kind of the weird one of the bunch. Sulfuric acid. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna do that. I was gonna move that, but that's going down there to get used for that anyway, so that's probably not a good idea. Let me just work with what I got. What am I looking for? Logistics. Work with what we got, shall we? Let's dance. And all you require is sulfur. And that's already sped up to a tier 4. Fantastic. Love to see it. So you just start getting jacked in. You became a part of that unintentionally. Let me address you. Okay. Give me a straight point here. Horizontal to vertical, I think, is what I'm looking for. Close enough. Okay, your water in, sulfur in. And you just need to get jacked into the same thing because we could funnel off of the same pipeline. I don't think that would be a problem. Let me punch you down. Because we're only making 150 here. But we are flipping this back down into that. That's unfortunate. I can somehow... I can make that a quad corner piece. Actually, you don't even need to be a quad corner piece. You just need to rotate you so that I can do this. Oh God, it's loud down here. And then jack you in. Not nice. I don't think I can really help that unless I make one there in betwixt. I also don't know where this pipe is. Sure. Okay, that's sort of gross. Not auto. Not noodle horizontal to vertical me. Okay. Are you getting flow? You should be. That connection looks like it's connected, but I don't know that I trust it. Okay. So you're all plugged in. You don't plug into you because you're jacked into something else. You are jacked into that. Let me go ahead and jack you into that. Okay. You making a luminous solution. So you become you. You just need water input. And you are my input. You are water. Therefore, I don't see any problem with that. At all. Jack me in. Okay. The only thing I need to split is the pipe going down at that point. Eyeball it. Okay. So you're receiving water now. That's 33 and 50 more water per thing. That's quite a bit of water. Let's make sure. I think I added enough here. I don't remember the math on what we got going on. I sped one up. Maybe 175. Let me just, I mean, I might as well go to 180 if I'm going to 175. Illumina solution. Okay. So that gives me those two. Well, not quite. Input for bauxite. One of these B-holes is bauxite. Yeah, and I hope it's... I guess it really doesn't matter which one it is. Either way, this is gonna get... It's already gross under here. Close your eyes. That's my bauxite. That is my bauxite. Okay. Then we'd want to like splitty. I mean, it really doesn't matter where I pop this thing. Doesn't really matter. Conveyor belts turn too sharply. Oh, I guess it does matter because I can't see what's going on there because it turns too sharply. Oh, because we have an upward thing. This shit. Okay. Well, let me fix your upward dangle then. Keep you straight. Ish. And then we'll split. It's a merger. And honestly, I think I may be so bold. Mayhaps. This just ends up there, pinched into that. 'Cause I don't care what this looks like under here. Sure doesn't look like it's on there. Because it's not. How can I fix that to where it's locked in? Like a half poot over, possibly, but that might have not even be locked onto a location. Why don't you do it this way? Do this first. Establish where your line is. And then fix it. Yeah, that doesn't look like it's locked onto the thing. Okay. Fair enough. Fair enough. Ooh. If I take this slide that joint on. Underwater conveyors turn the jank up to 11. Oh, you haven't seen the half of it. How do you think all of this is connected? Aside from the two up there. You don't know the half, brother. No. Hmm? Would you look at that? Look at them apples. Okay. I could turn this back up. I'm pretty sure I turned it down to not be maxed out. 195 if I'm not mistaken was to run the machines. Therefore, battery was how many now? 20? I just need 20 extra. $116. $216. Okay. So if I'm going to pull this, you're you. Could go this way to make it easier. I don't know how I would. How wide is this? Wide berth. It's pretty big. Pretty wide. A little more thin that way, but there's no way we could pull and pinch off of that. I mean, alternatively, I don't want to pipe from this side all the way to the other side. That seems too much. But not really. If I did that, yeah, I guess it is quite a bit, because I would want to put it where I've got room and where a drone could potentially live, but also, I mean, I could just put it on this side and move the drone out of this pathway here. I mean, I could have them. They would have to have. All right, how am I thinking about this? First and foremost, I think each drone, if I'm not mistaken, does it say in here? Oh. Or in here? Between its home port and destination ports. Drone status and other details can be viewed at drone port home. Must be built on a drone port. Has 9 inventory slots. Can use any fuel type. Refuels at any of its connected ports if possible. Functions as the home port to a single drone which transports available input back and forth between its home port and destination port. Drone ports can have one other port assigned as their transport destination. Okay, so each port is linked to one another. The 1 and 1. The drone port interface provides delivery details and allows management of port connections. So if, say, we have batteries and then drone, so it's 1-to-1, but I think multiple drones can be assigned to a single port. So technically, if I had a drone port that was a battery supply, I could then have more than one drone port pull from the battery supply to bring to other ports to fuel ones that are not connected to the battery port. Is I think how I understand that to work. Okay. Need a drink of coffee for that. All right. So in that thinking, if I extend this out this way, which would probably be the easiest way to go about that. I mean, I could also just go over this. Do I want to, though? Not really. There's really no reason why I couldn't just go vertically either. Because we already have a third level here. That kind of makes more sense. Can I like pinch off of you to grab my line up and keep the separation? You're a half slab. Dirty little half slab. And then just pinch this joint out. Yeah. Sir? Because at this point, we could have the drone ports up here in such a way that they wouldn't have to fly upward or downward too far to get out of this little hole. I don't know that that matters on the fuel, but maybe it does. Logically, it makes sense that it would. Give me you. Sir, can I pinch into you? Thank you. Alright, this gets me jacked in here. Let's also just, continuity's sake, put this little slab here. Slabarooski. Alright. And then, so if everything is here, technically, almost everything, Really just need to create a port here. Would be transport. No, I'm sorry, I gotta create the battery first. In a blender, yes. Which input would be here. On the outside of this joint. Can I do a little finagling? Possibly to line that up. That feels like it might be lined up. I mean, even if it's not. Fuck it. Because that certainly won't be lined up anyway, so. And then we just need to feed the aluminum joints into this. It all seems so simple. And you do export water, so that's good. Not really, but should be able to pump you back in somewhere, I think. Okay. Seems great. So all I really need to do is put a thing here. This is gonna work perfectly. And I really don't need... Say I don't need, but now that I'm thinking about it, I should just... Nah, that's fine. We'll do this. You definitely look like you might be good. Okay, I need you to not do what you're doing. Okay. If I pinch off and punch up, pinch off and punch up. Pinch off and punch up. I would love a little piece of power, a little half a poot of power up here. And I will gladly pinch off at you. And I'm pretty sure I'm gonna have to push that through. 'Cause there ain't no damn way that's just gonna go. Actually, can I just pinch off of that? Are you going to not cooperate again? Like, is that your thing? There we go. There we go. Okay. Water. I'm sorry, water? Sulfur. I could just pinch off of this the way we did this and disconnect this, but I've already connected it to the system, so I guess at this point it doesn't really make a difference. I think I can rotate that back so that it then pops up right under this. Or feels right. Okay. Slightly askew, but do I care? Probably not. Do a little noodle. Should then pump sulfuric acid in here. Fantastic. You love to see it. And I just need to get aluminum casing. And figure out the water output. Okay. Water output has to go back into something using water, which I believe is all on the ground or here. And that was making 30 something or others per minute. Yeah. The one thing I could do, actually, I don't know if I could even pinch up from the connector. I'd have to pipe it, then pinch up, pinch and punch. So in theory, I think I could just go in a bit of a distance, but actually maybe we should bend it like Beckham. If I'm gonna grab from here instead of there. Shit, I don't know if that was... It's like 2 poots away from the edge. Like there. 2 scoops of raisins. 1 poot for you. Great poip. And then we just put it in. What? Hey, Hey, man. Why don't you want to put in? Can I do that? And then... Probably can't do this because I think I just said I needed to do the thing that connected it to it. Yeah, that's not going to work. You disgust me. Maybe we do it straight and then, like, do a little curve attachment. A little noodle action. Horizontal to vertical. Little auto. Autobahn. Which then jacks back into you. Noodle looks better. Which at some point might need to turn this water down. Might need to start flushing water or some shite. If we're making 30 more, we'll probably drop this back down to... Let's drop it down to 140. Let's see where that sticks us. Okay. You... Making bacon pancakes. Oh, I need to get the aluminum. Before I forget that. That is important. You, sir, are currently under distress here. If I were to send you up, honestly would not be the worst thing in the world because we're gonna have a bunch of Jimmy Jams here anyway, so I don't think I need room for much else. Can't tell where you're at. 2 poots away from the edge there. I need to do it like right there, I think. You are splitting for me, so you should be good. Send you through the bucket. Lift them up. 3 poots from the edge. Pooter. Let's jack me in a certain direction. Jack me in that way. Then we'll just jack me in there. Then we'll just slowly jack me in. Hugh Jackman, don't you do this to me. Get a splitter. I don't need your shit. And that should pump in aluminum. Did I not? Is that a merger? Or was it a smart splitter, maybe? You're an innie. Conveyor splitter. Regular split. Just jack me in. Bring me on down the pipeline. There we go. Now we're in. Okay. Beautiful. You're doing stuff and things? Great. So now we have you. I'd like to understand you a little better. So what I would need is a input. How over can... Oh, that's kind of cool. I can go over that. I don't mind that one bit. Wondering if I should leave room for another one. I don't know how much fuel. We gotta learn how much fuel it consumes anyway, so. Hamburg. We're in the coal hole berg. Fuel. Outgoing, I assume, is what you're delivering. Incoming is what's going in. That makes sense. So you technically... Somehow, I don't know how this is not connected to the main joint. But somewhere along the way, we've gone awry. Because this was only reading like 1,000 power or some shit. And I thought these connected me to the main thing, but maybe they just don't for some reason. So can I like plug one of you into that somehow directly? Okay, yeah, that's probably not a good thing to have when I don't have juice currently. That's the sound you never want to hear. Yeah, it's not really. It's just this little section here. Which is because we have way more than enough power. Just don't understand why. How this isn't jacked into our main thing. When this is part of our main thing. And it's all connected to this. Somewhere along the way. Let me find this broken connection. Because this is all connected. That's all connected. This is connected. Which then goes this way, but I don't think we have an inward connection to that. So what do you say? You're connected to that one, which is not connected to this. I think I just need to connect one of you joints from across the way. Because I think you're like isolated here for some reason. You just don't have that extra jacked endedness. Which is fine, I guess. Oh, that's annoying. And I think I removed it because it was dumb. Maybe I could do it differently from back here somewhere. Come across this little poop. Sometimes you gotta connect your poots. From back behind the pipe. And then if I connect you, That looks like it turned everything back on. And this should now read... Yeah. Okay. We're good. Should make a secondary connection to that somewhere, like back here. In case I start fucking around with the power again. Boobity, 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 boobity. Just jack you into one of these. Why are you full? Oh, because you have that old... old type of connection. That's fine, you can get reconnected that way. Boom. Okay. That gives us 2 points of connection to the main line. You know what, too? I think it ends... Maybe I don't have it connected at the top of that. Anyway, we're back, so... Let us continue. Figuring this bit out. You require 100 juices. So you destination port all ports. I have that heavy modular frames port underneath, currently not active as a placeholder. I need fuel incoming and fuel outgoing. So you need to pull from you, and I assume, yeah, split and send. Let's figure this out. You input from that side. Then you jack in there. I'd probably want... Let's... Can I actually do this instead? Oh, I can't convert that. Make this a smart splitter just so that we have a guaranteed battery going here. I don't know why that's giving me the concern, but because I'd want to make sure this always had a battery in it before trying to deliver batteries elsewhere. Otherwise, where the fuck are you gonna get your battery from? Okay, so then let's just make you as a clean split in case I need to pinch off. So you should fill before anything else. Okay. And then from there you will input here. And then you are what people would drop off. Which is interesting. Because I could technically have something get dropped off here but the batteries still go somewhere. Like an exchange. A handoff, if you will. Yeah, that's interesting. Very interesting. Okay, I might just want to speed this up too. And not speed it up. I could just jack in the... Now that we have that technology. I don't know how many more I got, but 21. Because this would seem important. Granted that does jack our power usage up, but that's fine. As we currently have a beautiful excess. And I have 17 in the pocket. Okay. And I honestly haven't been picking those up because I didn't even know what they were for. I just grabbed the ones I saw. You probably have a shit ton of them floating around somewhere. Okay, so in theory, if I want to set up... keep the cubes going, I'd want a drone here. And let's say... let's say I wanted a port of drone drop off. That would be an incoming port to be split out into other ports as batteries. Yeah, that logically makes perfect sense. And so setting one up where those cubes are that I need to bring here, I would need 2 ports, one for the... Actually, I don't even need 2 ports. I just need one to serve as the battery drop-off while also having an outgoing inventory completely separate. Which then feeds itself with fuel along with whatever other ports we have in the area. Yeah. That sounds like that should work. It sounds like it would work. Beautifully, actually. So... I mean, and I wouldn't even actually need another one here, technically, to feed... Well, this one is currently acting as my storage bin. But this is pulling from there already. I could just leave it there. Oh, God. Could just leave it there. Let's go ahead and slap one of these on here as my battery. My battery joint. That's the only downside of that, is that we have that extra drone port there, but that's not really a problem. It's not really a problem. All right, so let's establish where this would technically be. Am I not? Power cables! Do they not count as power? Oh, the main thing does. Like if I were to set this up here. I have this wide open area here I could certainly use to set this up. Because our frames are popping off right here. And if I were to be like, all right, well now you connect into us. Wait, what the hell was that? Drone port? Oh, it just looks different from the top. What the hell? Okay. So in theory, threw me off. In theory, if I were to set up an army of drones, a drone army, if you will, yeah, it'd be cool if we could even feed this with the things. At some point, we probably could do that once we have them making. Let's just do this first so I can understand how these work, right? You need power. You will have. Power you shall have. Okay, so this is, we'll call this battery drop. Used cube pickup. So what we need to have happen is fuel, battery, what? I need to split doesn't matter, but I need you to start splitting at some point when we have the battery stash. I wonder if I should just make a battery storage as a bulk battery loader. Maybe not, because this also just has an inventory in and of itself. So if I were to do this, this guy drops off batteries here. Batteries then get pulled into itself as fuel, which would serve as the cube drones stuff. And then you need an input of cube, which is kind of crossing my streams here. I could go from under. I do love a good from under. And I probably just want to redo how I have that set up anyway. If I were to do this, give you a little, ¿cómo se dice? Little porthole. I mean, I could even go as far as potentially just splitting it down the line underneath. The only thing you need is to figure out how you're gonna get that in. Oh, this is tight in here. Oh shit. Tighter than I thought. quieter than I thought. Alright, so if I send one way and one the other way, I guess it doesn't matter which way because we have enough ways to go the ways we want. So if I were to just send you out that way, and you become an innie, you become an outie, you look like you're all nuzzled up nicely. And then here you're like, all right, here's where I need you to behave yourself and split. Boom, boom, boom. I might be able to just give you a little pinch of a nudge there. Oh, of course you're not lined up. Why would you be? There should be room enough to get around that rock and that not be a problem. Okay, so if I were to do that and then you face this way just to keep you from crossing my borders, and then you just become a straight belt, gently floating over the surface, ever so gently. And then you then also become Pole of Portness, as well as my input. You become my output. You gently keep under the rock there, and you get sent. You absolutely get sent. Okay. And then that serves the purpose of keeping me with pocket stash. Which maybe I should have done that this way too. And these are my engines. Okay. So now you are my cube. I need you. We need to do two things. I need to go set the thing up by the batteries because I didn't bring any batteries with me. Which then initiates the sending of batteries here. I wonder how that works. If I have a drone here waiting. Maybe that was not quite what I should have did, but let's see how it works anyway. Because if they have a shared thing, I think if it's there without a battery, it wouldn't be able to drop. Did I delete a wall or something? Or I colored it? I was playing around with a different kind of wall, I think. I don't know what I did there. Deleted it. so if I set this up, this should, in theory, work. My brain is saying yes. Train tracks considered power? Alright, drone buddy. Have drone. Missing materials. Portable miner. What the hell? Miner? Drone. Alright, drone buddy. Can I paint you? Dun, 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 dun. Drone buddy. This port. Destination port. Battery drop. Port. This port as our... Wait, what?
Nice.
Alright, get me out of there. I wanted to see. Holy shit. Oh! That sucker fucking zooms, brother. He took 3 stacks per minute. Per trip. Per minute. It's a 2-minute trip. Wow, okay. Wow. Oh, this is the one that needs its... connection, I think, is what that means. Okay. You are dropping it off. You're your destination, and then you come back to your hole here. So can I actually, like... There's no other settings I can do on this thing? Doesn't look like. Sort. No. Officially on its way back. Nice. That thing is quick, man. And it's like beelining straight here, which is dope. Can I ride this thing? Well, it's got little antenna. We're jacked in, brother. To infinity. Put that on just in case. Oh! 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 I mean, thanks, I think. We kind of got to where I was trying to go. Sick. And then this should now have dope. Okay. So now what I need to do, no drone status. Yeah. You have no home drone. ET home drone? I need you to leave while I set this up. Why that sucker? I wonder if it did that on purpose. Like if it knows I was on it, and it just flinged me off. How dare you? So you are going to be my... Oh, sick. You are going to be my... This port is you, and you are going to drop off port to you. Wait for me. Don't fling me. Don't fling me, you fucker. Oh. Who needs a damn shooter when you got a drone? We already have a stash in here, but you should just load and then refuel back at the Jimmy Jam. And actually, I wonder if I should have done that reversed. I guess maybe it doesn't matter. Yeah, look at that. Nice. Godspeed. That's just relevant to this port. Okay. So this does not tell me it's fuel. I assume it's close to this one because it's about the same distance. Maybe a little further. So its home thing would tell me it's trip info. Yeah, if it's only... Why are these here? Because it's picking up. And dropping off. Yeah? Is that what's happening? Yes. Okay, so that might change how I do this. I said pause. Why are you going? Where are you going? I said pause. Yeah. So instead of that, maybe we have, I don't know, I don't really want to have a dedicated one. But if I don't, me think about this from the perspective of also fuel usage, because that's using 6. We are making 40 because I sped it up. We're also making a shit ton more water. I didn't pay attention to that. Water output. Yikes. Okay. But you're not inputting, you should slow down. Was there another? Maybe there was. That didn't output water? There was. And we have the capacity to do this, I think. 44, huh? 7.5. Burp. That would be a lot of plastic. Which I didn't account for. What would he do when he's on no flight status? You just do a little hover job? Are you using fuel? Can't interact with you to find out. Okay. Well, we sort of understand that better, for sure. Pick up, drop off. One and the same. Why I thought it would be one or the other? Maybe because the vehicles specifically have a drop setting. Load, unload. I don't think that did. I'm about to find out. You do not. And you are using 5.7 per round trip. Okay. That's unfortunate. So I guess maybe it would be smarter to separate the two. To prevent putting things where I don't want them. and then divvying it out that way. Let's reset this. So you would not... Wait, what? You are... Oh, because I have the drone. Oh, shit. How do I get rid of the drone? Bring things here, though. That's interesting to think about how I can use that, because I'm dropping it there. There's so many possibilities that just opened up, because I don't know what else I need that. Is it? I thought it was called a cube. Frame. Reinforced frame? What is it called? Modular frame. Like, I don't know what else I need this for, but I could bring these there, then bring this back? Ah, it's this. Which would make sense because these are here. Like literally right next to where we're at. So then this, okay, we could think about it that way. If we approach this as like an exchange from, well, I don't know that that's gonna pan out all the way. Previous frame to upgraded frame as its thing. To, what is this? Encased frame? Fused frame. Like, it's just gonna pick up and then drop what it makes with these things. I can probably stick these in here. Oh, the drone probably has a stash of them on it. So your incoming would probably be a little different than it's currently set up, because you're no longer feeding batteries from your output. You are feeding them from the output of this one. It's crazy. And you don't need an input, you're just the drop for batteries. I mean, I could potentially use it to swap ingredients if I needed to move something over there, but I don't really need to make it to then drop it back off. You're my output. My brain is spinning right now. And then we just need to fix your face, because you then need to split. I might want to split this on the outside to make it cleaner. We'll just do like a splitty magoo. Matter of fact, I should probably do this first. You are an output to an input. Yes. And then you split either direction, both directions. HU, down U. Probably not quite gonna be as lined up as I want you to be. I think an outward angle is fine. As long as you jack in. And then you want to catch a battery. Catch a battery. And then the rest of that would just get divvied out based on its needs. Okay, so you become you. You are now my frame buddy. And I'm gonna dump you in there so that I know who you are. For now, I'm gonna take you off. And then what I need to have happen is I need to collect my drones, or can I just remap? You cannot unload. You are connected to the drop off, but you can't drop off, so you're still good. I think you just can't do what you need to do. So you then become battery drop. And then we have the extra one that's not paired up because it's just a drop off. I don't need to connect that, right? Like, that should be good to just go there. Because that would establish that as a port for an existing drone. Trying to lock this in my brain before I start fucking with these settings improperly. Okay. That looks right. And we should be jacked into the battery situation. Yep. Nope. You're a smart splitter. Keep grabbing a smart splitter. You look like you're a thing. You are so beautiful. Okay. Back in action, yes. Yes, okay. Throwing me off here. Put the lime in the coconut. And I think we can go reestablish what we got going on over there. I see red. Coming this way? What are you doing? Oh, that must be my drone. It's the one I got turned off, I think. Why do you look like you're right here? Just the way you're rendered that's making you look like you're closer than you are? Probably. Yeah, I think you're my battery guy who's on standby. Yep, okay. And I assume you're just... Yeah, you can't drop off because you don't have room. So what I need to do now is just flip the output of you to then get pulled in the outgoing from you. But what happens when you can't drop off? I guess you can't pick up either at that point. Okay. Gotta be careful building stuff near drones, especially above them. They can get stuck, really. So they must have like a predetermined animation. This guy looks like he might potentially get stuck. Let's figure this out. Let me split this off. Logically, this makes sense. I'm also not sure that it 100% does. Can I pull this under here? I can. Could have just went under, but... And I wonder then... if... That does get pulled in here. We're making 3 per minute, which means we're using 1.5 per minute. And I feel like we're making them faster than that. Yeah, way faster than that. Might actually be this one. Okay, so he dropped off. Sort of. Do you wait until you're fully offloaded, or like, what are you doing here? You have 150 in your pocket. That's only 3. Or is that what you cost to build? No, you don't cost that. That's what you have on you. Does it... I don't know if it's waiting or... Yeah, it might be waiting. Yep. Hmm. That's... Whoop! Whoop! Okay, he just goes straight up through. He'll figure it out. That's... I don't know how I feel about that. That's concerning. Because you're only going to use what you can use. Which I guess at that point, I'd want to split and then trash it. Might have just been one it had left in its pocket. That one will get stuck most likely just because it didn't happen that time. Doesn't mean it won't happen. Yeah, I mean, I assume it'll alert me, kind of like it does the trains when it gets stuck. If it does, I'll deal with it at that point. I'm more concerned about the fact that it waits until it's fully dumped its inventory before it leaves. This guy here probably has another full, yeah. Which means you're just gonna sit there until you can do something with it. I'm gonna look this up just to be sure that's the behavior that I'm observing here is accurate. Drones will wait at the destination port until they can completely empty their inventory into the station. They do not take off again until every item they are carrying has been unloaded. Complete unloading required. A drone stays on the landing pad until all cargo is transferred. If the transportation port's incoming storage inventory is full, the drone pauses its flight and waits right there. No extra battery drain. That's good. While waiting for space to open up so it can finish unloading, the dock drones do not consume extra batteries. As soon as the destination clears enough room for the remaining items, the drone finishes unloading, grabs whatever is waiting in the outgoing slot up to 9 limit, consumes fuel for the trip, and takes off. Okay, interesting. Then we probably want to figure out either expanding the use of the frames if there is an alternative thing, Does it matter? I guess the only part that would matter is this bringing stuff back. Because if you're not bringing stuff back, we can never fucking use it. And that would just be frustrating. Did I lock this back into this? I did. So we could do two things. Either dump it or then I have to set up a way to pull. I hate to pull excess though. I gotta think about that. It is used in these. I do have to set this up too. So maybe that before we do any dumping of, just maximize our use of the frames. Because we're using 1.5, we're making 3.5, I think, or 3.75. Either one of these, it might just be one extra. Let's go find out. Holy. That was way more, requires a little more thought than I anticipated. I love this gun. So dang good. And I guess that the frames aren't necessarily a concern at the moment because we're not using the next tier up yet. We still need to figure out the next recipe to even get that going. Which also means batteries would not move if it's full. And especially if this isn't consuming batteries, it would get full. See what we're making here. Okay, so we're only making 2 per minute, which isn't as big of an issue now that we know that. Because I can make that extra thing so that we're at a proper consumption level. For it to be an even kill. And it would just keep running at that point. 1.5, it said. We're using 1.5, so we would need 0.5 more to even make this. Using 1.5? Yes. That's why. Okay. 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 You just gotta think about how you make your next move here, buddy. Which we could swap recipes because the only change would be that. Still a manufacturer. I thought we had that one, but maybe I didn't route the rubber from the other side all the way over to this side. Which wouldn't be difficult to set up. But that would mean we're consuming more rubber. Which I think is adequate enough for what we got over there. This guy being here since day one is really pissing me off. Robert, it's pissing me off. Um, well, we know how drones work now. I want to make a note to self. Drones to fully empty inventory before they leave a port. Just so I can remember that. That seems like vital information. Okay, but I mean, we have modular framed fused automation now, technically speaking, which is good. We got batterying. I might want to swap that recipe so that we're not producing water, but at the moment it seems like it's good. So I will just ignore that for now. And now that we have drones, honestly, I could just set up that, leave the smart plating where it is and just send it over here to keep producing engines and shit. What is our next requirement before I get too deep into this thought process? Because we have one more unlock in this tier, I think. I thought I put it on my thing, but that was for the battery. Let me think about what this is and what it means. I briefly saw what it was. What is this? Quick wire? Okay. Cooling systems. Cooling systems. Frames we got. Turbo motors and cooling systems. And a blender. Okay. Okay. Wait, what are you? You're you? You want you, but you are also in you. There. At a weird math component. Okay. So let me understand you. Cooling systems and turbo motors. Cooling systems. Turbo motors. $50 and $200. And let me just pull that quick wire because I got plenty of it. Then plenty will get sucked back in. Beautiful. I might as well grab them modular frames out the joint. Jack them in while we got them. So cooling systems require things that we have. Water. A very small amount of rubber. Very nice. Love to see that. How much is that? 12? And then you are aluminum sheets. Less fun. Much less fun of a requirement. Um, 7.5, which is 35 and then some. 37.5, if I'm mathing that correctly. And you are specifically aluminum and aluminum in an assembler. Isn't that the same for... No, it's not. It's different. It's just straight up aluminum. No, it's not. It is copper and aluminum. Okay. 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 We already have some of that going on over there, so that's not a crazy ask. The crazy ask comes into play when you start throwing weird shit at me like this, which we have over there as well. How much do we need? I just gotta maybe reroute some shit. I'm concerned about rerouting though, because I think I mathed it just enough to feed what we had. I'm pretty sure that was the whole process over there, with like some very minor exceptions of like, okay, we have 1 or 2 extra, not like a whole 22 and a half or whatever that is. All right, so let's think about this for a second. So this is in the cooling systems, yes? Is that what I was going for? Yes, okay. So to get to cooling systems requires heat sinks. Was it 1 heat sink per cooling system? No, of course not. 12. All right, let's write this down first. So 1 cooling system or 6 cooling systems is 12 heat sinks, 12 rubber, 30 hot air, and then 150 nitrogen gasolinas in blender. Not a big ask. We have enough gas. We have rubber, maybe. Water, easily grabbable. That's another use for the water that's over there and that we're producing. Heat sinks are probably more the issue there. 12 heat sinks is 37.5 aluminum sheet. And then it was, what did I say? Was it 3 times that? 22.5 copper shits. Not to be confused with copper sheets. Heat sink. Yep. So then to get to 37, to get to 30 aluminum sheets isn't, no, okay, it's only 30 aluminum and 10 copper. Which means 37 just adds a wee bit to that. In 1X assembler, what was the heat sinks in? Also an assembler. Okay. But let me, you know what I mean? Let's make sure we do the math on the aluminum sheets before I like forget the math and then I'm like, oh shit, I didn't do the math right because I accounted for less than the actual amount. That's, I mean, if it's 30, it should be 37 and a half because it's 1 to 1. That makes sense, but this 10 is a little more slippery of a slope. So it's, if I'm making 7.5, why don't you just fucking dump down a thing, and then that'll tell you easier than trying to figure out what is required of the thing that you're trying to make, because the thing requires shit that is fractional. So let's say I'm making... Well, 30 is what? 7? Is that what I said? No, that's 35. Is it 6.5? No. 6.2? 6.25? No, it's just 6. Which means it's... Oh, I'm in the wrong thing. I'm in the wrong thing. That's what I'm looking for. 2.5 extra copper sheets. So it's 12.5. Technically in 2 assemblers, or sped up, which we should just speed it up. Aluminum's great. Just aluminum is great. Lots of good uses for it. 2 iron rods, aluminum. 2 iron rod aluminum machines replaced. 2 iron rod aluminum machines replaced about a dozen of my regular iron rod machines, and I still had more than enough. Felt like I was reading that backward, but I see what you're saying now. Alternative recipe. So that would get me there. I would just need to speed the process up to get that extra. Or use 2x assemblers. Maybe we shouldn't speed it up. That way we have room for the thing. We can also use our super sloops. Summer slops? Summer sloop? Sloppy Joes. Whatever the hell they're called. So, alright. Back to heat sinks. We got the math on that. This is just either straight up copper or copper and water, which... I mean, now that we have the summer slops, it changes the whole game. Because it increases the output. Which means that we technically might not even need to slap down more. I could just pinch off. Speed up, pinch off. Pinch it. Those are called aluminum sheets, right? Aluminum sheets and copper sheets. They just look different. So, if we know we need 22.5, there's an exact recipe for 22.5 copper sheets. Sitting right there in my face is very weird math on that. And we have the machine. I just don't know if I'm bringing any of that over. I don't think I am, because I think I'm using it directly above where it's at. For the AI limiter stuff. Or the circuit board. One of the two of them shits is using... Maybe both, yeah. So I wouldn't want to pinch off of that, I don't think, anyway. Okay. So, if that's just making that... $22.5 times 3. No? Divided by 3? 7.5. that right? Am I thinking about that right? I feel like my brain is... Oh no, because it's water equal. I didn't realize water was also equal. Okay, so it's just 22.5. Period. Okay. So in reality, that's 35 copper ingots total that we need to process all the way up to heat sinks. Yes. Factual and true. That would get us 12, and then we can make 6 cooling systems based on that information. The rubber, I think, would be our only question mark, but also not really. I think it's okay. So let me remove this because that math is not correct. So 1 assembler, 2 assemblers, or 3 potentially. The copper sheets is refinery. It's 22.5 water. 1x refinery. And then the 3 assemblers, 1 refinery, heat sinks. And then a blender to then turn it into cooling systems. Okay. That doesn't seem, honestly, too crazy. Except for the fact that we need more rubber for the motors. And actually, I might summer sloop some of them joints. Because at that point, oil would start to become more of a concern. Because I think I have 120, a 60, and I think I have 2 120s hooked up. Which is, what's that, 15? Where'd I get 15 from? It's 10. What? Ah! That is 10 processes, which is 30 oil per machine. Yeah, so I have 4 would be 120, 8 the other 120 is getting eaten. I think I have 8 over there now, if I'm not mistaken. So we have like a slight potential of 2 more machines, maybe, if my math is wrong, or if my math is incorrect on how many we have over here. Let me go pop our head and see what we're looking at. Because I also need rubber for the other thing anyway, so summer slop. Summer sausage might be the solution. The summer slop solution. Brought to you by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So we already have 9. So yeah. 1 more and we're tapping out. And I can summer slop, which produces more oil, which I think we have a setup here to deal with that potentially in a good way. Okay. Less of a concern. So back to turbo motors. This is a total of almost 48. It's more like 36-ish. No. More like 40. 44. Shouldn't be a problem, I don't think. Motors. I don't think we have over there. This might just be where we start droning more to accommodate for the need. Because again, if I approach this from motor to turbo motor, just like I did frame to upgraded frame, we would just need to bring motors over there to then bring turbo motor back. That's over there already. This is over there already. This is part of what we would be processing over there anyway. So that could potentially just work itself out that way. I like that idea. Holy shit, Rain Man, that is gonna be a good setup. We're making enough of these. I set up 3 machines for this, so we're making 7.5. That's plenty. Plenty for this, for sure. And I need a shit ton of turbo motors. I need 200 on top of what's needed for this. So, turbo motors first. Or cooling systems, rather. Okay, let me write this down. Use drone to bring motors to coal hole. Processing to swap out for turbo motors on the turnaround trip. Which then brings the turbo motors, the upgraded frames, the engine joints we have over there already. Cooling systems we'd have to bring in with a drone potentially to finish the process. I actually could think of that a different way, because we don't need to bring this here if we just left it. Wouldn't need to bring this here if we just left it. Wouldn't need to bring this here if we just left it. We just need to bring that and the engines or motors. Either way, I think we need to send 2 drones. And then if we make it here, we'd actually have this here anyway, which may or may not be good. Yeah, I think either way it works fine. Okay. So do that. Bring the motors to the hole. Run that. Make a note to probably summer sloop the rubber machines. We need like, I think 50 plus 12, let's just say 60. Total extra, so basically double one of the outputs, because I think it makes 30 per process. Oh, we'd have to double 2. Oh, it only makes 20. Okay. Unless I use an alternative, which maybe we explore. Let's see. What else did I need there? Turbo motors. That and that looks good, I think. I think the rest of that looks good, which gets us that far. And that is particle enrichment milestone. And I think, honestly, I think I made enough plastic here that could get converted back, but then I have to make fuel. I'll think about how we do that here, because it's surely possible. 100%. Residual rubber is great. Rubber is something I never have enough of. Yeah, it seems like I'm headed that direction as well. A lot of these upper components use that. Alright, let's see what we got going on here. So I need to set up a few things. I need to pinch off of our, maybe, let's see what we got going on for this aluminum. I think I slowed it down. We could speed it back up based on what I need. Slightly slowed it down because it was also processing water. And I think these were just base level based on what I needed to fulfill the need here, which is 144 per minute. And this was 60, 60, 60, which is 180. So we do have an excess of aluminum already. 16 extra aluminum. What did I say I needed? $37.5. So we need to speed up something here. Or drop another processor. Which is unfortunate the way I've got this pinched in. Almost rather just speed it up. Because it's not much of a need. And then copper-wise, we're making 110. Is this at regular speed? It is. How much of that do we have going in here? 72. So we have an excess of copper as well. So that's 22. We got that. So if I pinch off of this, all I would need is water into the refinery to make the copper sheets that we need. Actually, we need 35. We have it. We have it. Not a problem. They would just be configuring this to split. And speeding up our aluminum slightly. Let me see if we have, because if we have sheets already, then I can just pinch off of it. It's not a crazy assumption. I think this was also set up to make sheets, but it's off because I was like, we might not need this extra one based on what we had. And I'm not trashing it, so it's still pinchable. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I think accommodated it just enough. If I were to pinch off Our ingots are coming from here. Our aluminum and our copper's right here. That would go in a refinery. That's not crazy. That's not crazy if I were to do that. Here's what I'm thinking, and maybe this is crazy because it's next to our battery shits. If I move the copper and aluminum up here, all I need to do is one, plug into water, refinery, copper sheets. Which then we take the sheets, the extra copper, the aluminum, and an assembler to make the aluminum sheets. Take both sheets into an assembler to make the heat sinks. I mean, it sounds like it's going to work perfectly here. And it needs 22.5 water, and we're making 60 water PMs here, so I'll just push it this way a little bit. We can pipe from under. Bring it on down. I don't mind that idea. The only grossness that would come out of this is the copper and the shit coming from the bottom, but not the worst. And it kind of lines up to the open spot. I feel like this is what we do. And I'm not going to worry about this drone port here. I'm going to leave this. You sit there. You do great. So copper sheets first. Assembler right next to it in some kind of way. And if we're inputting water and copper, you would be your input first. Am I? Yeah, I might be encroaching on that backside. Yeah, a little bit. We don't have any water output though. We just have a sheet output. So that's fine there actually. I'll nestle it up. Get you on in there, bud. Maybe push it out one. That gives me enough room. Copper sheeting. It's just water and copper, bruv. Outputs in the rear. So then I would take... Okay, so maybe we could flip the other side. Flip it to the back side to pull off there. Because I need this other copper on the input. Actually, this is backward. It would be something like this, and then we have both sheets in the back. You would make aluminum sheet. You would make heatsink with the sheets and the sheets, which makes 7.5 heatsinks, which is actually what I need as well. Do I even have heatsinks for that one thing to open the storage? Okay. This, I mean, this doesn't make me want to throw up. So I appreciate that. Oh, I love it. Where are you at? I kind of want to get you in, get you lined up there. Get you in good. Get you in real good. Problem being, actually no, not a problem, because you just do you, boo. Boo boo. My only thing is, I need a quad piece on the back of that side. Not to be confused with a cod piece. A codfish. Can I should be able to. I don't know exactly where this was. This doesn't feel right. I think it was like one over. Yeah, it looks like it's more like that. That's gotta be one poot. Yeah, that looks like a one pooter shooter. You son of a... We're good. You do this, and then you take this off of the butt. And what you want to do... You actually don't even need a quad piece. You just need a triangular dangular to then send her straight a rooski that way. Get your little poip. Get your little poip. Get your little poip. Get your little poip. All is well with the world. We're jacked in. I got water. Whether or not that water is gonna come up the pipe. Love that for me. Yes. Okay. Now my ass just has to figure out how. Copper in the front. Both copper in the front. And aluminum in the front. Which, honestly, who throws a freaking shoe? This doesn't need to be exactly where it's at. And if we wanted to split off that joint from up here, it wouldn't be the worst thing. Because then I could split down into it. And actually, I could leave it exactly where it's at. Just push it over one, and then this one comes out and goes up. And then swoops that way a little bit. Rather than finagle all the bagels here. Let me do this. Let me do this, because I think that's a great idea. I'm gonna leave you where you're at. We're gonna say you pinch in from a split. And away they go. And then you just, honestly, I don't care where you pinch in. What do you... Okay, no, if I do this, you're not blocking anything. That's not needed there. I just had to make sure there for a second. You threw me off, bucko. Buckarooski. You do you, and then you do you, and you do you. And we go bobbity boobity. Were you not lined up straight? Oh, because it was a little closer than the output. Yeah, that's fine. Whatever. Or we could just slide this over one so that I don't feel disgusted with myself. That probably is a little better. Can't really tell where we're at. Feel like we're still off. No, we're smooching. We are smooching. That should bring my shapoopies back through the same path. Love it. List it. So now I can pull off of this, send it up. Do I want to do that? I think I do. I just need to find where my up is. This, I mean, it's not, yeah, it's not a problem. It's not. You just send it. You just send it on up there, bud. You do whatever you feel in your heart. And right now, my heart's telling me to send it. I do need to split again, which is perfectly acceptable. I completely forgot I needed to split it again. We got to split it. One more time. And you get yacked into power. So now we've got the copper sheet sheeting. You're doing a thing. All is well with the world. We have extras, so that should not be a problem. The only problem is the aluminium being inadequate for what we need. And I said I was going to speed it up ever so slightly. We needed... Talk to me. What did we need? 144 for you. So we got 160, 180, and 180 minus 144 is 36. Holy shit. What did I need? 37.5. I don't even... I need one little poop. I need one little poop. $270. Okay, so we can bump this back up. I just need one little poop. You want to poop me? Just bump this up to 300. I had it set perfectly, but let's give me 300. That was at 270, so one of these needs to bump up just ever so gently. And I have a ever so gently bump up in my pocket. Should just make 65, brother. There's your little extra poop. Your pooterooski. So now you, my little kumquat. How do I get you pinched off? I mean, I know how I pinch you off, but you're merging. You're not a splitter. You can be a splitter, and then I split you in such a way that allows me to send you up the path. I'll give you a little splitterooski here, because you should be a splitter. is that looking like it's all up on that machine there? Is that where we had it? Can I line that in there? Can I pinch into that? It feels like it's too tight. How did we have that before? Ain't no way that wasn't lined up. You're gonna sit there and tell me that this was not hugged up on it? Oh. Because that's why. Input me. No, yeah, that does. Huh. Would you look at that? Now, if I were to go up, where would you put me? You would put me in a weird spot, wouldn't you? Sure would. Sure would, Forrest. So, what do we want to do about that? I could, you know what I'm saying? Just go underwater. Because, like, we've already done that before, and we know what's down in the depths. And then just poot out in line with the pooter here. It's also not lined up. There we go. Looks a little better. Bing bong that joint out that way. That way this just goes straight on in to the pookets. That's 2 poots away from the edge, and I'm about to break. Two scoops of raisins. Poot and poot. Twin brothers. This isn't lined up, but if I go boop boop, that's boop boop. And we should be in line with you. You disgust me? And that's a shame. I could leave that there. And then we just pinch into the floor here and have one go through. I don't know if I'm in the right spot, but that could technically maybe work in a way that isn't going to piss me off. Robert. Piss me off. If I do one of these jobs. And then do one of these jobs. Actually, probably. No, yeah, that's the way I wanted to twist it. Okay. Not a fan, not a huge fan of that, I'll be honest. However, in the wise words of Shakespeare, fuck it. Because we got some crazy shit going on underwater already. I can't even see what's going on. Remember when I said don't look down here? You don't even want to know, brother. You don't even want to know. As long as I got some movement here. Talk to me. Yeah. Okay. Okay. We're pooping. Then you just gotta poop from one poop to the other. One poop washes the other. Actually, I lied, because this is only making 30. I said I needed 2, or I was gonna speed it up. So in theory, I sped it up to make enough. Let me double up. Let me just double up. That'll make me feel slightly better, yeah? Will it though? Not really, because we done doodly deedlied here. I probably want to move it a smidge closer, I think. I'd have to split too, so move it enough to where we're we're past the line of obstruction. Then we go bobbity boobity. Spliggity wiggity. Into the machine. Into the machine. You need to split again? Fuck me. We really split this thing to high hell, didn't we? Spliggity wiggity. Spliggity wiggity. Bloogity. Oh god. Are you going in the out? You're going in the out hole. Can't do that. Alright, so now that should, in theory, keep us square. Ooh, hitting the wrong key. To where this is... Oh. Producing enough. All I need is 7.5 out of you, so... slow you down enough to where we're not over... suckling. And then you are making enough for you, and we just need another one of you to then cycle back in. And the only thing I need to do, which actually works out perfectly, is merge my outputs into... yeah, here's fine. Into a singular input. And I could just go on the outskirts. We don't even need to cut in because we're making enough to do that specifically. And then you just become... not you. Not you. Don't start making shit. Heatsink. At regular speed. Beautiful. Phew! After I finished the space elevator stuff, I went back and cleaned up most of my jank, nearly 400 hours now. It took 103 to finish the elevator. Damn, 400 hours? Oh, I guess you were going for the golden nut. That explains the extra. The golden nut. Okay, so that's copper sheets, heat sinks, bobbity boobity. 12 heat sinks. Which is exactly what we need to fill. I said 12 heat sinks? I'm thinking 7.5. Where the fuck I get 12 from? I didn't look at the output. I just pulled the number from what I needed and was like, oh, it makes 12. Perfect. Shit. Well, guess what? Summer Sloop. I need you. I need you, please. Help me. The only way we could have saved that. The only way we could have saved that is if I made another copper sheet thing, because this literally only makes 22.5, so that wouldn't have been enough anyway to feed 2 machines. So I would have had to go back down to the beginning to solve that problem. And that's actually, I probably could have summer slooped it, I guess. Either way, we were summer slooping on the front or the back side. Giggity. I don't think it would have mattered either way. I would have had double this or something else. This would have had to double too. I would have had a double 2 versus the 1. Anyway, heat sinks. Yay. We're in. Love that. Okay. So now, in reality, the only thing we need... This actually gives me 3 extra heat sinks, too. So, kudos to us. Is grabbing nitrogen gas, which is all the way on the MFing bottom. Would that be a better position for this cooling system joint? Probably, because water, rubber, heat sinks, blender, bobbity boobity, Bob's your uncle. I think we have rubber somewhere. Yeah, like right here. Pinching into that. So I can pinch off of this. And then... Oh. Expose more of my underwater. Okay, it's right here actually. So this isn't as bad as I thought. And water's right here, so we can pinch off. Pinch and punch. What else did I need there? Gas, water, rubber, heat sinks. I would just need to pull the heat sinks down, which is unfortunate, but circumstance of life that I have to live with. That lined up with that? I think it is. I would love for that to be in line. Excuse me? What are you in? A blender. Was that not a blender? Motherfucker, this is a blender. Why that recipe wasn't there? Why that recipe was not visible to my eyeballs. It was right next to it. You blind melon. What is wrong with you? Okay, so that gives me the poot of nitrogen gas, which we then need to just, you know what I mean? Okay, I'm fine. This is fine. This is here for a reason. We just, you know, it's fine. If it fits, it ships. Right now, it's very shipping. You become yellow boy because you're making an orange thing. So I should probably make you orange. Seems like a better color combination, I think. You need water. You need rubber, which we both have over there. And then we need heat sinks, which we have above us. Oh, look at that. We're full of beauty there. Love that. I'm gonna take that off because we might need to do something here. And I can put that somewhere else. Honestly, throws a freaking shoe. Yeah. Yeah. This water. Okay, maybe it won't be as much of a problem. Like right here. Don't. Just put you down there so I can see where my insertion is looking. Wish I could snap this to like a thing. You know what I mean? Probably could if I just do this way. Or something. That works. And then I'm like, alright, bruh. Snap me? Nope, you also don't snap there. Unless I do this first. Yeah. And then you jack me in, you Hugh Jackman. And then I'm like, alright, bro, I see you disconnected. And I raise you a connection. You damn right. I should have. That's fine. We could do it here. We could do it anywhere. We can do it here. Push it down. Push it down. Push it down. Push it up. Trying to see where I'm at, brother. So you're like a down ski? You're like a half a downer? You're like a half a downer before you start snapping in place. And then I just need you to stay here. And then I grab you. You get pinched in. Pinch? Punch. What'd you have for lunch? I can't go downward from here. Because we don't have an up pipe. Ah, yet. Once you make an up pipe, then maybe you can down pipe. It's not quite where I wanted it. Shit. Alright, let's assume that is there, right? And then if I was that, then I would be there-ish. And then I'm like, alright, well, if that's where you want to be, go ahead and go there. Which gives me enough room, I believe, to That's not gonna do what I want. Actually, I think it is. Because if I do this and then go blabbity bloobity straight in the pipe, then I can be like, alright, well now I need you. I look like I was in there and then I wasn't. Why are you being a shellfish? I need it to face down, so do I want it this way? I mean, it kind of makes sense this way, doesn't it? Seems a little weird, though. I feel a little weird about this. But maybe it's fine. If I were a pipe layer, well, yeah, because I can't have it this way and that way because there's no like three-pronged pipe, like a forked pipe. We just got a 4-piece and a 2-piece, and they're all facing the same like cardinal directions. But in thinking of expandication, I'd almost want it like this but facing downward, because if I need to send water sideways, I'd want to have a way to do that. So my brain thinks that's a better idea than what I was gonna do. So I'm gonna listen to it. Because that leaves it open without... It's about to rain. It got really dark. All of a sudden, super dark. Because this... Oh yeah, there's the thunder. Excuse me. Oh my god. Thunder in my stomach. Because then I can take this, right? And then be like, well, you... Yeah, more like that, but facing down. Which still didn't help me solve the problem. God damn it. Does this go reverse? It does, okay. Am I even on the right plane? I'm not. Plane of existence. I don't even know what's going on anymore. So I need you to be like on it, but not on it at the same time. You can't be noodle. You gotta be a straight shooter so that I can tell when you're lying to me. Turn. You frick. That looks like it's right. It looks like it's right where I want it. Donuts? Dollars to donuts? It's wrong. It's like one poop back. Yeah, that's not quite. Son of a... Each. Like right there. You delete you. And then you're like... Boop. Wait, you can't go down, though. You have to go this way. What am I doing? What am I doing? What am I doing? I literally just said I couldn't go down. I have to go facing forward, and then you go down. But here I am, making a fucking downward pipe. Maybe I just don't pinch in where I pinched in, you fucker. God dang it. Just get rid of this then. This is... You fool! You absolute fool. The brain was on the right path. However, me being me. Not so much. Can you just connect into this, please, in a very nice way? I would love that for me. Like that. I don't mind that at all. Now, you just need to jack in somewhere. Like, I just need a jack in point. A Hugh Jackman. The brain was willing. The body was not. And if I could pop a center joint, I wouldn't be mad at that. Also very not centered. Cool. Page up. That looks centered to me, doesn't it? Donuts. And then you just take you, but like take you, Uno reverse it, down ski, half pulled up, send her straight over. Don't snap in some kind of weird way and piss me off. Are you serious right now? Are you serious? Are you wrong? You're wrong. But you're right at the same time. Are you? What is going on? Go down, go up, go back a poot. Jimmy crack corn and I don't care. Jimmy crack corn and I don't care. Alright. Now listen here, you little poop. I need you to think about what the hell it is you're doing here. Because if you're not right, I need to reestablish my fracking downpipe. You son of a bitch! My downpipe is like, we can fix this. This is fixable? Can't be nudged. Oh, fuck. Piss off, man. Piss all the way off. Can a man nudge a pipe? No, now you're just pissing me off. Now you're just pissing me off. Can we rotate this a little differently? Like, how does a man rotate it up? I wish there was a way to tell it to rotate on its other axis. If I ever get that message, I just make it in the blueprint thing instead. Much more flexible to build in that. Not really. It's still, you still have to, I mean, you have to position it still. The thing is with the pipes though, like I built this one and this is great. I need an upside down one of these though. And I don't know if I can accomplish that by doing this. No. Can I take this off? No, because it takes the pipe off. Like I need one facing down. Can I do this? Yeah, you can't rotate it on that other axis. There's got to be another way. Like, how else do you get it to face down? Because if you can't do it with the pipe facing up, I don't know. Losing my freaking mind here. That is a solid connection. Beautiful, love it. I feel like I've made a downward facing T before. You know what I think? I think you can do it if you have the pipe already there, right? So if I then take that, okay, wait a minute. Yep. Oh, well, now you're gonna snap in a weird way. Okay, fuck all the way off. If I take this and this as my joint, I can't nudge it. I can't fucking nudge it. That's not even on the same level as that. Like half a nudge. Okay. Now my ass. I just need to find if I can't nudge it, I can't nudge it. There's gotta be a better way. There's gotta be a better way. Okay, let me, before I even place that and piss myself off. Robert. It's pissing me off. If you set this to your watch, and then set that to where your down hole is, you are then pseudo lined up. Pseudonym. In such a way, horizontal to vertical. I will take that to the bank and spend it on tea and crumpets. Now we can expand that way and expand that way as needed. Okay, I will take that and never look at it again. Shit. Sweating over here. Good gravy. If I build it that way, I think... I wonder if I could do that in such a way that it would snap in a blueprint. Kind of the way we have it from underneath. Maybe if I have it with a hole, a hole on the bottom, one of these on the bottom, going straight up, and then connecting into one of these from a upside down angle. Maybe I can nudge that, because I can nudge this, right? This allowed me to nudge this. 100%. But if I do this, it won't let me nudge it. Maybe because it was on a pipe, it won't let me nudge it. Yeah, that's what it was. So, I wonder if I could have placed it and then moved it across the pipe instead of placing it on the pipe first. Something to play with. Actually, let me play with that right now to understand a little better why that wouldn't let me do what I was trying to do. So I was trying to just do this and then move it in place, but then I needed it rotated was the issue. Yep. So like I can do that, but I can't rotate it unless it's on the pipe. I'm gonna make a blueprint out of that. It's the last thing I do. 'Cause I feel like I've had to do that more than once at this point. Okay, at least we got this far. Heat sinks, unfortunately, have to come from up here. You know what we could do? I mean, I could go in the wall and out the wall. The wall is there for a reason. The wall serves purpose. But a little excessive? Sure. Cleaner? Debatable? Otherwise, I'm pulling out of that from that side and going over here. That's a little far. Let's go in the wall. How does that sound? Or I can go underneath and then strap to the top. Is also an option. Either way, we're sending a belt. Guess that way would be half belt. Versus whole belt. Just gonna dunk it here. Then pull it outwardly. We got our heat sinks, baby. Let's go. All right, so now I want you to come here. And then you. I kind of want to pinch close enough to you on that same plane, I think. Plane of existence. And then see where we're at. What else is going in here, or is that it? Rubber. Alright, so split off, bing bong in. Split off, bing bong in. I might just go on the outside rather than cutting in here. I could just cut in. It's not a terrible cut, I don't think. I could cut in further. I don't mind lining up with that cut. I assume that's also where I need to be. Yes. 'Cause that lines up with these. And then it'll just be blip. So, matter of fact, is that lined up? No. Not quite. Slightly askew. This, I sure hope, does not piss me off. You're going in. Beautiful. No! 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 Robert. Guess we're coming out a little further. That's not the worst. And it's closer to this than it would have been otherwise. Heat sinking? Heat sinking. Okay. And now, rubber. I don't have any closer rubber, I don't think. None of this is rubber. Yeah, I would have to pinch off of that. Which, how do we feel about going from under? Well, I'll tell you how I feel about it. I feel pretty damn good. Don't look under there. Don't look under there. That's not for your eyes. And if I take this joint and I'm like, all right, give me a little, ¿cómo se dice en español? Water hole? Down ski? In? Connected. You know what else is connected? Oh, shit. We made a big one. God. Damn you. Jack me in. Jack be nimble. Am I in the right? Yep. Yep. Now I need you to open your eyes. You pinch across. You pinch across. Never mind the belt. Are you an innie or an outie? What? What is happening here? You're coming out? Oh, because I put rubber in you. How are you coming out of you? You're an in. You can suck out of an in? You can suck out of an in? Are you kidding me right now? I had it going all the way through the machine. Did I? Okay. No way. Maybe that's true. No way. Let's test this. Hold on. Hold on. Oh yeah, I had to have it going all the way because otherwise it wouldn't connect, right? Okay. Fair's fair. That's a me. That's a me problem. Damn, I was like, oh, we just discovered new tech. Almost lost my shit. Literally. Almost shat my pantaloons. Saw the outline before I deleted it. Gotcha. Fair's fair. And now we have cooling systems. Holy bananas. Look at us. How far we've come. It doesn't look terrible. Doesn't look too disgusting. It doesn't make me want to cry into my pillow. We have 3 extra heat sinks. I kind of want to put those in a thing because I feel like we needed one. I know I needed one at least for this thing here. I needed 12 to get to this hard drive. I assume those 3 extra would be useful somewhere. Probably same with the cooling systems, but don't currently have a need yet. So, what I'm gonna do is pinch off... Aw, shite. What I'm gonna do is pinch up... Son of a... What I'm gonna do is pinch off up here. God damn it. Is pinch off up here. Is this a smart splitter? It is. And say your left is going to be your overflow. And then I'm going to make a thing for the storage. Oh, I'm disgusted with everything. Send this shit down. And then... Does that go through? It does. That's disgusting. Can I go half a poop up? That it's less of a verticular suction. Run one of them. So now you got your overflow suckling, which gives us a bit of a runway for overflow anyway. Cool. Okay. And I think I have heat sinks in my joint here to, yep. Go send into that hard drive machine. This is honestly cooking pretty quick already. 6 per minute. We got further with this than I anticipated. Okay. That's our cooling systems. Now we need to turn cooling systems into motors. And that I didn't quite get up to yet. So motor me. Turbo motor me. Murder me. Rubber motor radio control unit, I think, is above where we're at. Or over there? No, it's right here. So this is here. Bring the radio control Jimmy Jams down. The rubber's already coming across. Hot dog. We just need the motor here, which is more of a challenge. And this is where I was considering one of 2 things. Let me go see where exactly we got this. These are radio control units right here. Right above it. Love it when a plan comes together. Okay. Talk to me about these turbo motors again. It is... We have plenty of radio control units. We're making 6 of these per minute, which is enough to feed a machine, I think. Not quite. What is the math on that? It's 4 times 0.875, 3.5, 7.5. We're only making 6. I might be able to pop a summer Sloopy in there and have it make up the difference. How much does 1 do? How do you split a stack into 1? Wasn't there a way to do that? I don't want 12. I thought there was a way. What does 1 do? 7.5. Love it. Okay. So you do you. Power honestly shouldn't be an issue. And now that I'm thinking about that, that accommodates for the need for the extra rubber. So if I increase where we're using this rubber from, which I think is here and somewhere else, I don't remember exactly where. If I put a summer sloop in there, we just process more, so we need less rubber in general. So maybe that just works out. Didn't consider that. Okay, so that's 7.5. That's what we needed. Back to the turbo situation. Which would be 7.5 motors as well. Which, can't I just put it in this machine and then it uses less again? Yes, is the answer to that. Our output is on the back side for both radio control units and these, which means we'd have to pull rubber slightly differently. This isn't a manufacturer. Let's think about our life choices here. If I were to just slam dunk this thing here, paint it with a little yellow. Actually, where's my signs at? Let's get a billboard on some of these joints if I can. You're on the rear? Oh, that's, put you in front. Not really, because I'm blocking your joint there. Let's do one of these and then up. Push it forward. Push it up. Would you let me do that? You would, but then I got a weird staple in the front. Let's do that instead. This is cooling systems. Cooling systems. Boom. Okay, now I can see what's going on here. You are fused modules. Do the same thing here. Fused modules. Everything else I don't care about. Okay. You are going to be greatest achievement known to man. Does that line up? Beautiful. Turbo motor. Select icon. Boom. Okay. Let's look at this situation here. Turbo motor mean. What does this look like? Usage is the same, but it's less for more. That makes sense. 7.5 cooling systems, 7.5 motors, 45 rubber. 45 rubber. Honestly, I think I leave the sloop in here. Do we see the power usage? We don't. power suck is going to be high, I think. We have one of these with 4. I think it's this one. It's a blender. 300. But I think it starts at 55, so it might be 300. Either way, pretty good for the output we need. Actually, I should speed these up because I need 200 extra. Makes more sense to do this. Donut? 300. Let me see something just to compare that. Starts at 75. It should be less than 300. So what is the math on that? That's 225 more. At 75. Quick maths? For 4? Can we divide? Is that dividable? Would that determine how much? 56. So the first one bumps it up to... That's not right. Because it was at 117. Yeah, that's not right. Alright, whatever it is, there's an increase. Man's only got 7 summer sloops in his pocket. Son of a summer sloop. I need to go on a hunt. Alright, so realistically speaking, I can easily pinch off of this, easily flip that around. Let's start Duncan Pinderhusing these joints in. It's not what I wanted anyway. I just wanted to measure where that was. Actually, I do need that for the other side, the rubber. So I need to tell where you're at. Be like one whole shape to the side. Like right here. Does that line up? Beautiful. You, sir, are a merger. Let's make you a smart split. How about that? 'Cause then I can send your overflow. You are a smart splitter, right? You're a conveyor splitter, son of a... I thought it's smart split. Okay. Boom, boom. So to the right, we want your overflow. Straight up the center, we want your radio bobbity boobities. Then the overflow, we send to you. We go ahead and pinch a 4-ski. That's the opposite direction, I think. Yep. Put one down. You go in. And then I need to delete you, actually. What else is going in here? Rubber and engines. Engines might be on the outside if we do one of them guys. So we do this, we pinch, we punch, we Captain Crunch. Okay, let me jack you into power so that we can make sure these are suckling. Fantastic. Got some engines for you. Beautiful. What else is eating rubber is my question. Because we know that there's another split somewhere. Here. Is it you? It is you. 22. Let's do some quick math here. 22. 1, 2. Actually makes it easier to count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 6. 6 times 22.5. Plus 30. $165. Yikes. Plus 12. Could have did that in my head. 177. Plus another 45. Fuck off. 177 plus 45. Whee doggy. 222 is what we need to push out. Minimum. And that's just base level. None of that is sped up. I could also... I only have 7 summer sloopies. So we could potentially either put some in or go looking for more. I'd rather look for more after we set this up, though, to actually process the turbo motors. So let's do a couple things here. Let's maybe set up. I just need motors to come over here. I have like perfectly enough room here, I think, to set a drone port. Give or take. Whew, that's tight. That is tight. It would need to be this way. Man, that's tight. And I could put it back here. I wouldn't be mad at that. Summer sloops use crazy power. No, yeah, I'm not even worried about that. Not yet, anyway. Especially because we're right on the cusp of rocket fuel. Hell yeah, brother. Then we're really cooking. We're like 1 poot away from rocket fuel. Actually, I think this gets us into rocket fuel officially. So this would be a motor motor drop, and our batteries would come from the other side. Damn, we're on like the opposite side of where those motors are being made. That's unfortunate. But this would give us our incoming. There, maybe a better way to do that. Maybe do it this way. This would be motors. What was the rubber count? 222? Remember that. Don't forget. Lock that in your brain pocket. And I should just be able to pinch off of this, since this power is now properly connected to the system. Brain, do your stuff. I would want my output to then go into our storage, which I don't have. So let's fix that problem. I don't know how much more purple nurples we got. That's not the one. Need like 10 of these joints. 7, 8, 9, 10. Fantastic. And then we'll just jack them into the dimensional Jimmy Jam. Here. That was my straight. Oh, you gotta do better than that. There you go. Okay, so that gets me that. Matter of fact, I might just pull rubber out of our machine because I think we have some being pushed into it from a main location somewhere. Yep, beautiful. Get that cooking. I can honestly just pull motors for now too, because that's also jacked into a thing where I'm about to pull from. The boot. Okay, so that gets us moving. Rubber. I need to, what I was thinking is just pinch off, either pinch off again or split from the pinch so that we're not double pinching, because we're already pinching twice. Double pinch. In which case it would just be like, come over this way kind of a deal. Let's not delete anything important. Granted, I would have to then split off here. Alright, let's lock this in for a second. You get jacked in that direction. Yes, you're good. You get sent that direction. Perfect. Give me a U. And this, I mean, honestly, should just work. In theory, should just connect exactly where I need you. Is that you? Are you you? You are you. Fantastic. I should check before I put the platforms down. You are suckling. More rubber. Love that. Okay, so for now, you should be fully functional. Okay, 220 max power from, what was it, 75? No, 55. 55 is 110. Okay, so it seems like it's canceling out the first, well, not really canceling it, but if you count the max power, it's just 3x more, or 4x the power. And maybe that first two is split somehow. Maybe. I don't know. I didn't look at all the math. But that makes sense. 55, 55. 55 times 4. 55 tater tots, 55 burgers. Okay, cool. Functional for now. I did not... Did I connect you into a thing? I didn't. I think I just got you going. So let me also jack you into a thing so I can siphon off the source without coming back. This is crazy. I feel like it's processing better than the first time, the first attempt at this. How do I want to do it? I could split maybe that way. Squinch one in there? I sure can. Yeah. The smart splitter. Make sure it's smart this time. Alright, so you go, and then you go, and then you go. So to the left, we want overflow. To the right, I don't know that it matters. I could put anything, but not heat sinks. What are these? Can I grab one? Cooling system. For the sake of setting it. Set it and forget it. Okay. So now you continue to do you. I do need to... That's a concerning amount of silica going through there. I ain't seen that thing slow down once. We might have to go investigate. And then maybe we'll set this up on the other side. Because I need it where the batteries are going. This is a concern. It better not be empty. I don't think it would be empty. Ain't no damn way. Yeah, no. Wonder if it's splitting further down the joint. Okay, let's go see how much rubber we got coming through here. Because I don't think it's 222. Stuff picker upper? Fantastic. If this is 30 per machine, 20 per machine. 20, 40, 60, 80, 100, 20, 40, 60, 80. It's actually not that far off if we needed to maximize it. If I start trashing the excess. In which case, it's twice. I'm not going to do it for now. I think I'm going to leave it. We have 180. Let me write this down. Because we're also splitting it to the other side, so. Coal hole requires 222 rubber minimum. Also, I guess what I could do is slow it down. Residual rubble is 6 per... Yeah, it is. But the exchange is that I'm making plastic to make rubber. So it's like one hand kind of washing the other. With a little bit of extra. Because I'm making plastic and rubber here. But that said, if I place one extra plastic and replace one rubber, I think that well, I might have to do 2 in exchange for a rubber machine that would gain me enough to make up the gap here, because I need, what is that, like 62 extra, give or take. If I swap the machines around, replace the residuals. What does a residual need though? I think it needed fuel, which I would also have to use the output to process with water or not into fuel. 60, so it's 30 rubber to get 60, or 30 plastic to get 60 rubber. So really I'd be, if I removed one, I mean I do have like 30 extra oil, so if I didn't remove one and just added a plastic machine, does this make 30 or 20? It starts getting into weird math. I was looking at the residual recipes to see 20, to see how I could make that swap into each other and just have like an extra gain in some kind of way. Oh, you're talking about residual rubber. I was looking at the recycled rubber. Yeah, I think that's the one you're referring to, because that's 60 per minute. That is a possibility, because I'm only using the hard or heavy oil residue. It's just getting dunked into, currently just getting dunked into this, which is getting trashed anyway. The excess is going dumped. So technically I could add, I need 30, which is 2 plastic. And that's 10, that's 30. Oh, it's only it's 30. Shit. I don't know if I have enough oil coming this way. I'll figure it out when it becomes a problem. I think for now we just leave it. And remember that I have that deficit going on. I have a note for that. To fix that at some point. Okay. So outside of that, turbo motors are going. I just need to set up a drone. Where was I looking? Use drone to bring motors over there to swap out. And then pick up. Well, did I want to pick up is the other question. I might not want to pick those up based on what the next process is. Maybe for now we just drop them and then easy peasies, lemon squeezy. Oops. I don't worry about it when it becomes a real problem. Coupons. Because we're right next to particle enrichment, which gets me to... Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. We unlocked tier 5, tier 3. Oh, but that's not an upgraded oil extractor. That's just a tier 3 miner. However, that presents some interesting stuff. And I have the ingredients to potentially start tapping into the shits here. I needed turbo motors, which is funny that we just got it. I think I needed 10 of these. I wonder if it would have been worth putting one of these down. Little slap-a-jawea. We'll find more summer sloops. Guarantee it. What else got unlocked? I think that was really the main interesting thing there. Okay. That means any mining shortfalls are fixable. Alright, give me some quick wire out of this joint so I could send her, bud. Okay. Looking like we're almost there. How sweet it is. We might be there already. Turbo. Jack me in. Jack be nimble. What are those called? Cooling system?
Milestone reached. Project part number 9, nuclear pasta, can be created in the particle accelerator. The accelerator has vast and fluctuating power demands, depending on the recipe, so will need careful integration with your factory. Fix-It does not waste, so nuclear waste can be refined by the particle accelerator into plutonium for reuse in the nuclear power plant. Fun fact: Fix-It psychologists suggest factory designs reflect the minds of their creators in unexpected ways. On an unrelated note, your infrastructural choices have been interesting.
That was a backhanded compliment. Wow. Ada? Wow. We've got nitric acid now, which allows me to create rocket motherfucking fuel. Holy balls. All right, so we've done a great deal here, and we're almost to phase 9. What in the hell is nuclear pasta? And how can I get some? With some extra marinara. Pressure conversion cube. What the copper powder? You gotta crunch it into copper powder? Part of producing nuclear pasta. In the accelerator. Oh, shit balls. Oh, that's what the cubes are for. Okay. Okay. We can make those. Nuclear pasta. Extremely dense power usage. Power usage to make one? I guess, yeah, we're accelerating particles. Extremely dense degenerate matter formed when extreme pressure forces protons and electrons together into neutrons is theorized to exist naturally within the crust of the neutron stars. 0.5 per. I need 100 to slap a Jawea into the thing. Honestly, that's not as crazy as I would have expected that to be. What I was really trying to get to was what does a man do with the waste? In a particle accelerator, you can slam dunk it into plutonium pellets, non-fissile uranium. You get that from that. to then use with that. Mildly radioactive, highly radioactive. Oh boy. Oh, love that. Wonder how far away we got to be for a highly radioactive joint. Okay, so 15 makes 20. And then you take that 125 to make plutonium pellets. And then you take them plutonium pellets, shove them up your keister. Encased plutonium cell, moderately radioactive, and produces encased plutonium cell. Encased plutonium cell does what now? Potentially becomes a plutonium fuel rod. 1 million? 1.5 million megajoules? Am I reading that right? It looks like 1000000. Holy balls. Yeah, I was just thinking stick one of them things in a drone. Holy shite. It's also highly radioactive, so that's probably ill-advised. You just got little flying balls of radioactivity going like super fast. Oh, that would be scary. Fuck. But fun. Probably fun. This is a little crazy going on here. That makes encased uranium cell. Uric acid as a byproduct. What is this? Uranium fuel rod. Damn, even this is 750,000 megajoules for one. Produces, okay, so this is where you get radioactive waste when consumed. How much comes off of one? Maybe it's as it uses power, it produces them. Doesn't really say, does it? Produces uranium waste. Doesn't really say how much it produces. Because I doubt it's just one. Maybe 50 total? Which is kind of risky because until you figure that out, you don't know how to properly use that. We'd have to build this away. We have plenty of room to build something like this away from where we're at. And it would have to be fully automated to the point where I wouldn't have to touch anything. This brings up some interesting things, though. Okay, what else did we get here? Related to that? Non-fissile uranium, liquid biofuel we already had. I think that was it. Doesn't matter too much as long as you're well stocked with those filters. Yeah, I guess assuming I have the filters, yeah. But I would also not want to just be in it for long. Like, I'd want this for sure away from wherever I'm frequently going through. Which I assume would kind of be this main area that we've been back and forth in. Plutonium waste. We can go, we might as well build it near the spiders and just make super radioactive spiders. Seems like the best use of it. Why not? They're already scary enough. Let's just jack them up even more. Make a super spider. This is interesting. This is interesting. And it's gonna lead me down a rabbit hole of WTF. Power use is extremely high. Varies upon recipe. What is required to make one of those? That would be, I assume, production. Not as expensive as I would have thought. Power usage pretty high, yeah, but not generally not a concern for one. Hell, even maybe like 3 would be fine. At our current output, especially if we get into turbo fuel, which one of my main things was getting into this next, because we're right here with it, and all I needed was this to mix to get to that point, which was literally just gas, water, and iron plates. Cheap as hell. So, what is the math on this? Let's see. I think that's the next target. And monitoring the rubber and sorting out the drone. So this is rocket fuel. Is in a blender. 100 per minute. That is what is that? 100 per minute? That's 10 processes, so it's 50 turbo fuel and 10 nitric acid? That's it? What's the catch? I guess that also gives me 100, no. 10 times 1, 10, is that petroleum? Compacted coal. As a byproduct. Okay, so we're looking at a blender. 50 turbo fuel, 50 nitric acid, or 10 nitric acid. Excuse me, 10 nitric acid. Excuse me again. Jeez. Oh, that's 60. That's a 6. 60 turbo fuel. Excuse me. And if it only requires 10, this makes 30, so we don't even need that much. This is insane. So it's 10 times the amount of that. So let's say for shits and giggles, I mean, we're making a lot of turbo fuel right now. Like a lot. I don't know the exact math on that. It was like, I do know the max on this, so let's do some math here. So it was 34 and 1.3 times 7.5, which is the fuel generator's maximum. So this is the amount of gas we are currently making. Turbo fuel, 255. So, I mean, let's say we take that 256 divided by 60. We could technically run these what was that? 42667 times to get the equal amount of taking all of the turbo fuel and turning it into rocket fuel. If we wanted to do that and not save any turbo fuel, which I don't know that we need it for anything necessarily, but it might be in some kind. Yeah, I was gonna say I thought it was in some kind of recipe. Which is the ammo we're currently using, so we should leave a smidge. But back to this. Let me write this down too, because we're currently making 256, like just slightly under turbo fuel. I wouldn't take all of that. But then back to the nitric, was it nitric acid? Nitric acid. This is 30 per in a blender. So that's times 10, so that's 120 nitrogen gas and 30 water and 10 iron plates. And that would feed 3 because it's 30. So that would be 180 turbo fuel. If we took another 60, that would be 240, which means we would have that extra 15 point whatever it was in turbo fuel per minute. So that would be really 4 times 4 blenders. Plus it increases the amount of fuel too, so that would be 400 rocket fuel per minute. Because that would be, what did I say, 280? 240. 240. 6 times 4 is 240. Yeah. That would be 400 rocket fuel. Hold on. And then 400 rocket fuel divided by 7.5, which is the maximum gallons of fuel consumed in a fuel generator. It's 53. 53 fuel generators. Holy shit. 53 fuel generators. Which is an insane amount of power, because I think it's 750 power in each fuel generator, which gets us to 39,000 megajoules of power pumping through everything. Unlocked ionized yet? I don't think I did. What is it? What is the ionized fuel? Is it fuel? I don't even know what it is or where it is. Is it in phase 9, maybe? Oh, it's in the MAM? Oh. No, because I didn't have rocket fuel. This is where we're at. Is it way more power? 5,000 compared to... Oh, damn. Yeah, yeah. That's a packaged version of it. 10,000. Hot dog. I don't have any more hard drives. I'd have to find a hard drive. I did make these, though. These are ready and waiting. This is right around the corner. Oh, we'd have to get aluminum. That's an aluminum can job. Are these also aluminum cans? I assume. It looks like a can. Okay. Task list, yes, because we're close to that. That, I don't even know what that middle thing is. Are we missing anything here other than the things that I can't get? Nope. Okay. This presents interesting shit. So, in that thinking, I need to get nitrogen gas, water, iron. I think we might even be able to make iron plates out of something else at this point. Not quite. We don't need that many, so this would suffice. More than suffice. So map me for a second, because I know there's gas out here near our fuel situation. Plenty of it. Also iron out here. And that's really all I need, ain't it? What did I say I needed? Gas, water, iron plates. That's the nitric acid right there. And then it's just turbo fuel and nitric acid in a blender. Oh, not turbo fuel. Yeah, that was it. Nothing weird there. So we could leave the turbo fuel getting packaged as is. I wouldn't have to touch that. The only thing I'd want to do is, I guess it would get weird where our fuel is plugged in. We'd have to be careful with shutting it down while the shit's processing. I mean, it would make sense to like kickstart more with turbo or rocket fuel before the others shut down. That might be the thing to do. That makes more sense. Plus it's more fuel anyway, so I'll need more engines for it. Okay. The only other thing, maybe that I could use a drone for that. We're currently droning from here to here at 5 round trip. This would be like 12 round trip. Actually, it would have to be from here. Oh, I could even see what's... I can see what's in there. Love that. So going from here to here, I assume would be like 1, 2, maybe even 3 times as much. Drones are paying for gases. No, I'm not bringing gases over there. I was going to bring the aluminum canisters there so that it can then package it where all of that processing is happening. Because I have aluminum here. I don't have it anywhere else near any of this. Like, that's as close as we get. So I just bring empty canisters over that way, which is, I think, 1 aluminum per can, which is not that big of a deal. But do I even need packaged? Other than, what would this be used for? Other than the unlock? I mean, I'm not using it in vehicles. They don't need it. I might not even need to set up a drone. Just make 200 and package it up, and that's it. To get the unlock, because it's 200, right? Yeah, it's 200. What else would I need that for? I don't think I even need that. I wouldn't use it in my jetpack either. Jetpack, drones, and vehicles. Yeah, I don't think I would even need that. Now that we've discussed that. Matter of fact, I might already have 200 aluminum Jimmy Jams in my pocket. What is it called? Tank? Oh, 190. Come on, man. Frick. Because I was messing with those with the unlocks earlier. I just need 10, brother. I just need 10. Okay. I love that for me. That's exciting.
Jimmy Jams.
Jimmy Jams, Funky Trooster, how you doing? Are we on today? I think you said 7 p.m. ish my time. I see it 6:20 now. Also, thank you for the resub. It's bean time. And crafting by hand. Oh, the tanks? Ah, shit. It's a black bean. Whenever Jamesa says he's ready. All right, cool. I think I'm at a good shopping point. Oh, fuck. Well, I mean, it's burnt rubber. It's better than black licorice. That's disgusting. I didn't even need to take that aluminum out of my thing. You were playing Isaac? Yo, how far are you? That's not your first time. Is it your first time playing the newer Isaac? I think you said you played the old Flash version, right? Or am I mistaken? Alright, so we got the tanks already. Bruh. Bigly. Playing a rebirth. Oh, did you not get the full Afterbirth Plus package? Jimmy Jam? I've forgotten how difficult it was to play Isaac since I was so used to Azazel. Oh, yeah, yeah. He's a great smash through the game character. Got this game for $1.50 during the summer sale. Oh. I think the whole thing typically goes on sale. It might be not packaged as a whole thing, though. I think it has several pieces of DLC, if I'm not mistaken. I know on console they released it as like one game. But PC it might still be split out. I got 4 tickets, brother. 4 tickets. Let me go ahead and buy this dotted line pattern.
Fixit does not guarantee improvement of workplace readability, efficiency, or safety with use of these patterns, since the process of deployment is dependent on pioneer skill.
Okay, cool. I think this is a good stopping point. Next task to do next time we jump into Satisfactory is turbo fuel. And probably set up that drone and get, hold on, let me write this note down. Ionized gas. What is it? Ionized fuel unlock? Ionized fuel unlock in the MAM. It's already marked for greatness. Because that should be relatively easy to do. I might try to find a hard drive in between time because I need to find one. Actually, I know exactly where to get one. Because I needed 12 heat sinks to get it. And I have that. So we can just grab that one. Fantastic. I love it when a plan comes together. We'll set this up next stream. Turbo fuel. Probably up to ionized fuel at that point. And travel on down the road. And maybe even before we jack in rocket fuel, we upgrade to ionized fuel and then start swapping out the fuel. I don't know. I gotta think about it. Anyway, thanks for hanging out. Anybody still lurking around in chat, I appreciate you for hanging out with us this evening. I shall return another time. Play some more Satisfactory greatness. Till then.
Bye, have a great time.
Bye, have a great time. Hope you have a great rest of your night. I will see you next time.